That's fake. If that was a happy laugh. And we were just talking. I was just talking about scorpions and scallop and Joyce.
Look, now it's moved. Now it goes. It's under the stone. You know, we're making the houses. We put two stones, one stone on the top, it's got always loud. And this is the bugs. They fight with. Go to eat them. You're in bed. Wow. It's the best. Wow. Fucking aggressive. I want to put him with the back together. Hey, baby. Father. It's fast, eh? I don't know if people
Hola. Hola.
Dalle scarpe, amore.
No spoko, mówię, że masz izolację, troszeczkę medliczki.
Tak wszystko już
elegancko.
wszystko już elegancko, homologowane. To nie takiego robię specjalnie. 2 lata do czegoś.
Fajny, jesteś, ale świat mały.
What am I looking for? Question is, what are you looking for? Where the fuck you coming from? I told you where I come from. I'm living in Spain. I'm from Britain and Ireland. Where are you fucking from? Have a look at your profile. Have a look at my profile. I'm running an interactive diary. What are you doing? Prostitution club? Bitches. Hey there, Babette. Good evening, my dear. Oh no, Babette. That was my TikTok. That little short. That was from my TikTok thing. That was done weeks ago. I got like 5,000 followers on my TikTok, and the channels or the platforms just exploding. It was bonkers. I mean, it basically consists of three types of um, folk that's reaching out to me on TikTok, and there's those that want to sell communications with each other of a sexual nature, which I'm not interested in. And then there's a lot of Illuminati groups trying to reach out, and there's a lot of sugar mummies trying to reach out. And anybody living a half normal life that they share on that TikTok, they've got their defenses up because of their reason to be on TikTok. Yeah, I don't like Apple iPhone stuff. Straight up, Babette. Only reason I got that TikTok account, I got asked to support somebody that was encouraging this channel. Somebody who we're hanging around with all day, every day. Mm. Forever up on my panel, forever encouraging his channel. And there's no reason to look into the suspicion of TikTok or anything. You get me? You know, I went along for the ride, as you might say. So I'm riding it. But you know, at the very beginning, the scorpion, finding the scorpion today, Babbitt. That was brilliant. We were just talking about scorpions and scalopendras. Now, as we were collecting rocks for a project, it was like the first stone I turn over, there's that scorpion, with all the beetles and snails and stuff. The scorpions been eaten. And then the next stone I pick up, it's got a freaking lizard and a wasp nest. So fuck that. I'm not picking up stones. Not today. I've heard about them yellow jackets. I'm not sure which ones it is we got around here predominantly. But I tell you what, they like biting peckers. Mm. I remember summer before last, up on the mountain, sitting outside my bus. And all of a sudden, ow, what the fuck was that? What it was a wasp had bitten me freaking pecker. Fucking neck. Right on the Jap side. Yeah, right on the head. My lord, I thought I was gonna die with that pain. It got worse and worse and worse. The next day, came and fucking bit me again, the bastard. That's when I started wearing clothes again. He didn't sting me. He was just trying to eat me. And then I started working with the wasps. I started killing flies and feeding them flies. Yeah, that's what we got. They nest in the ground. That's what we got, my dear. Yep. We got those that nest in the ground. On random shrubs and random stones. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's informative. I know they can sting and I know they can bite. And now I'm learning they can interbreed with bees, with killer bees. Wow. They sure do give a whole new meaning to the swelled up pecker. Hmm. No. Oh, there's my coffee cup. Yippee ki yay! Right, and I dropped the spoon, didn't I? Again. Yep. We walked to the town and back this morning, and it was freaking cold and windy. Oh yeah, I started doing a live. Yeah, and I cut it off short because it was cold and windy. Hey there, Richard Upton. What's happening? Richard likes a bit of Scorpion music. What about you, Babette? Do you like Scorpion music? Did you see my Scorpion video? Or the two? Yeah, I've uploaded one of the Scorpion videos, but I've just played two of them. Yeah, I like finding little natural gems like that. Like my buddy was saying there, you can sell them to the chemists. Yeah, apparently. Pharmacists, yeah, chemists, they like to buy things like that in some parts of the world. And for others, they like to have things like that as exotic pets. Hmm.
Yeah, under the black lights. Yeah, that's what we want. They can be eaten as long as the stinger is removed. Yeah, I've seen them on cooking programs. You know where these go and eat everything, and I seen them on that Treasure Island sort of stuff. You know, like yeah, celebrity get me out of here. Those survivalist things. And yeah, just cut the tip of the tail off. Everything else is edible. Nice. Them chickens, they like eating scorpions, I bet. We've been through this before, yeah. I prefer buying cookies and milk than buying cereals and milk. The packet of biscuit is a lot cheaper and probably got better ingredients than a lot of the cereal. I like the oatmeal cereal type biscuits. But you know what, Babette? I learned that in England, many train stations and ports had various scorpions and exotic creatures. Generally following the whatchamacallit, um, following the train tracks. Is a whole new world. Much more than ports, I'd imagine. The ports are like a lot more washed and like I don't know. But that'd be another good place to be looking around for foreign bodies, you know, ports and railways. Now, when I look at Rice Krispies, for example, and they're like 3, 4 euros for a packet, and there's only what 280, 300 grams. There ain't much to a packet of Rice Krispies. Unless you add your marshmallows and your chocolate and your caramel, and you stick them in the fridge and then pull them out, and they're rock hard and them chewy and tasty. But then them's like, oh, it's not been prepared. It's like the Rice Krispies when you get them in the box. They're not prepared yet, are they? Not really. But the biscuits are. Biscuits you can just like open the packet and start munching them. Mm. And quite generally, the biscuits that I get, they fit into my cup perfectly. And so filling my cup up with half a packet of biscuits and then slowly pouring that milk in. Mm. I should have realized this as a child. Have a cup of tea, then serve me cereal or my half packet of biscuits, and then have another cup of tea, all in the same cup. Well, oh, yeah. Yep, Babbitt. It's one of those things that are like you can make them in your bedroom. You know, you don't really need to cook anything. When you need to melt the chocolate, you just put it under your armpit or back of your legs or sit on it or, wrap it around your belly or something. You're going to melt the chocolate. You don't need to boil the kettle, pour it in a bowl of water, and then have another bowl of water. Yeah, I've made these Rice Krispie treats in jail, so I knows. Yep, I don't need all that kitchen materials. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a nice bit of cow today. I'm gonna put it in the crock pot for this evening. Happy days. It's funny because I got back from the town. It never went quite as far as the town, but it's like yeah, I went to town. So, anyways, getting back then, I was battered. You get me. So I had a bit of siesta, and I woke up to an invitation to go and eat burgers. And so I went over. I didn't have much of an appetite, but I ate one of the burgers, and it was very pleasant. And I wrapped the other burger up, but I've left it there. Now I don't mind, like going back and asking, hey, is that burger still there? But I don't need to. Oh, and if it's still there for breakfast, I'd eat it for breakfast. Oof, no bother. But I don't know. The life is weird. Cow onions, carrots, sweet potatoes, also known as yams. He was laughing on the my melting the chocolate method. This is it, Baba. In the summertime, you can melt your chocolate in the sunshine. Yeah, but how then? Like this is it in jail, right? How then did you make it go hard again? Because you ain't got no refrigerator. So things like that don't get made at Christmas time. In the summer, that's like Christmas and springtime, winter and springtime, when it's cold. That's when we'd be enjoying our melting the chocolate under our armpits. You can get hot water from the toiletries, from the toilets, not from the toiletries, no, but from the toilets and showers. Warm water, not hot water, warm water. Mm. Well, it's been a while since I smoked a joint, so I think it's about time I rolled one, eh? Any objections? I don't hear any objections. I don't see any distractions to be objecting. So I'm gonna get on a roll one. Nobody in the back chat. Just the six of us. Happy days. But it just feels like the two of us. I know one or two that's listening in, and I'll probably get a message now for if I mention big up the boat builders. Yep. It's funny. I've got this group of people now that be I don't know, staying away from YouTube, but they still say hello to me, which is nice. Hey Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? You all right, my dear? You having a good evening? Sorry, a good day. You got me. So the question is, what do I want to be smoking? My mango sapphire, or some of the pollen that was shared with me yesterday? Okay, nice, nice, nice. Good stuff, Babbitt. Good stuff, Joe. Good stuff. I'm not much of a gadget sort of in techno individual, but I've watched the movies, and I do trust more from what I've seen in the movies than what I've seen on mainstream fucking media. Get me? Hmm? I was pretty sure that I closed the stream last night. Yeah, but I didn't. I woke up about freaking 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this morning and turned it off. And then I sat here thinking, oh, what am I going to do now? And then I had messages coming through, comments. Yeah, it was like weird, weird morning. Then I was asked to go and run an errand. So I had to go and do that. I didn't have to, but I did because I wanted to, because I liked the person that asked me to do it. I am, after all, looking after cats and dogs. I am here for him. So that's what I'm here for. If he need me to do things, I get it done. So yeah, I'm kind of like quite extremely open minded enough to like no think out of the box. See, a lot of people they goes too personal. Like they only look at their personal capabilities. They don't look at the capabilities of others. By looking at the capabilities of others, you will identify more of a bird's eye perspective. But you do have to take on board that it's other people's ways and other people's, and this is one thing that I've used as entertainment through YouTube is using other people's techniques in front of them against their own. Well, Babbitt, it was mentioned here yesterday about the possible tracking device, and with the help of broke fishing coming on, he mentioned about his tracking device and his device to track if you've got a tracking device, yeah, a debugging machine or a bugging machine, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm sure it went on here, and then maybe it continued over on Joe's. I'm not sure. I'm not really remembering the end of my live yesterday, whether I fell asleep with people are on panel, or did I fall asleep on my own. Um, I don't remember. That's the one, tracking device finders. Yeah. What you and Broke were up on panel, was you, Joe? That's nice then. That's nice. I was obviously comfortable enough in the surroundings. And like my platform's your platform. Do you get me? You know, like people come here because they can say what they need to say, and there's you know, like yeah. So long as you're cool people, I'll try and encourage you to communicate with people, and you get up on panel and you talk. Do you get me? You entertain. You reaching out to the different peoples. You're reaching out to the people that are following you. You know, and so long as it's cool, calm, and collective, and you got it under control, you know, it's all cool. Hmm? And then I need to do my part as a host and to, you know, like stand by it when I says, you know, like some people are not compatible and so they will not be mixing on my panel. And that's my prerogative. Freedom of speech goes a long way. Hmm? But freedom of speech can also be abused. And I don't like the abuse of freedom of speech. Ah, not one cat here. Not one fucking cat stuck around. As soon as I finished my cookies, them's out of here. If I started chopping potatoes now, they'd be here before I finish chopping my potatoes. I'm not going to chop potatoes. I don't have any ketchup or any mayonnaise or barbecue sauce for me potato chips. Well, look, we've got a visitor back chat. Wickety wicked.
Good afternoon.
Hey, and a good evening. You all right, my dear?
Yes, definitely. How are you?
Joyful? Yeah, I'm happy. You sound joyful, yeah? Yeah, I'm happy.
Awesome. So the kitties ate and ran, huh?
Yeah, well, no, they tried to eat and run. Yeah, but because I didn't share my cookies with them, they just ran.
Yeah, so Broke Fishing and I were kind of kicking ourselves for not having thought about what you thought about. We're
Mm,
like, it never occurred to us. Friggin'
mm,
air tags. Damn it.
yeah,
So
it's quite a common thing now, isn't it? Most parents put these trackers on their kids' phones or in their school bags and stuff like that. Do you get me? Yeah. So it's like
yeah.
it's quite a common, and I've known of stuff like that going on for like, since mobile phones came out. Do you get me? You know, like
Yeah, there have been perverts that have put them on women's cars or put them in teenage underclothes at Victoria's Secret, and followed them home. There, some of them are called air tags, and I've seen this myself personally. Many years ago. I can't believe that I didn't think about it myself.
mm, yeah,
So, yeah, we did a live last night, and Broke Fish and put backstage um, some track and device finders that I was able to share
right.
with everyone. I think it was like 140 some odd dollars.
Okay.
Not a bad price at all.
So you've ordered one then, have you, or you ordered a couple?
I've ordered one finder that will last a lifetime, I believe.
Okay. Okay.
And no matter how many times they put them in there, every time I come home, I'm going to find, I'm going to search, and if I find another one, it'll just add up as, we can't search it back to who it belongs to, but it will add up in the evidence jar.
Right. So long as you, yeah,
And
so long as you locate it, wear gloves, yeah, so you can extract it without tampering with it, and maybe you can get a fingerprint friggin'
yep, and after so many, maybe the FBI will get involved.
okay, yeah, and after so many, yeah, of course, yeah, because then it's evident, then, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, the other thing is, if this person's got your telephone number or maybe like telephone bills or anything like that, it'd make it easier to track your mobile phone, for example. Yeah. So like yeah, make sure you don't be throwing any fucking receipts or payment stuff out with your phone details. Do you get me? Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, my phone is prepaid and it just comes out of my bank
Mm.
now. Oh, shit. You just, damn, dude.
All, all,
Fudge.
all, all of that, yeah, is like a lot of that is public knowledge. Do you get me? Like public information, freedom of information. You can get people's telephone numbers and email accounts and all that stuff.
Well, he's definitely got my phone number. It's that private investigator that pretended to be a private investigator, stole
Mm.
my money, and joined forces with the stalker that I hired him to find so that I could have prosecuted for threatening to kill me.
Maybe
He
you
was.
should hire me. Maybe you should hire me. Like put me on the payroll. 'Cause, yeah, I'm doing a better job than anybody so far.
Right? But damn it, you just gave me another helpful yeah. My fucking trash. Damn it. I gotta get a shredder, a paper shredder.
Yeah.
You're costing me money
Or
every
just
time I turn around.
or no. You don't need to paper shredder. You don't need a paper shredder. You need a fire bucket and burn your paperwork.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a suspicious mind, okay, I blame the LSD and the magic mushroom adventures I'm so fond of, right? But like, there's a lot that comes from it, right? So paper shredders, maybe they've got a freaking scanner as every fucking bit of paper goes through it, right? So you don't want things like that, yeah. You want old school methods that is gonna work, yeah. You burn your fucking, you have a little fire bucket, and you burn your paperwork. Simple as, yeah. You don't do
Yeah.
it indoors. You do it in your fucking out in your garden. You've got a backyard. You can just
Yeah.
pretend it's barbecue. You get me? Yeah, make it look like a barbecue and just fucking burn your paperwork every time. The problem with that is like if you're used to hoarding your receipts and your this paperwork and stuff like that, then like that, like yeah, then you lose all that sort of stuff. But like all that paperwork stuff, yeah, is all there, isn't it? You know, if you've
Yeah.
got these programs and things like that, if you've got like computers and stuff like that, like people have said they can hack now, like your phones and your computers. Like, and they can buy apps from it. That all they need is your telephone number, and they can play tricks on your phone. Mm.
Yeah. Now my computers, they don't hold too much information because I don't really mess with the computers anymore. The computers are too new and they're too stupid. They claim they're smart, but the new programs, I don't like them. They're not friendly. They're kind
Yeah,
of faggoty.
right.
My phone is what's a threat to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mostly use my phone, but that's the threat right there.
Is Yeah, the phone is a threat to most of us of modern times. In earnest, a lot doesn't get done from the availability of everything on the mobile phone. A lot of real living and life doesn't get done because like yeah, phones are so like stupid. Yeah,
Yeah.
the technology is great, but like the idea is just pure stupidity, and so it creates stupidity.
Sucks. But yeah, before you talked about a tracking device, here I thought it was possibly my neighbor. There is one neighbor that gives me the creeps. I don't know why. I just kind of sense something. I don't know what. And here I thought it might have been my
Mhm.
neighbor watching me, but I don't leave the house but maybe once or twice a month. That'd be an awfully hard job, don't you think?
Yeah,
To watch and
yeah.
you know and wait. That'd be hard work.
But no, it's not actually. Especially if you're getting paid for it, it's quite easy work. It's like it takes a lot out of the. It's like meditating when you're watching life as it passes. It's meditation. Yes, it's very therapeutic if you're in that mindset.
I'm not watching their ass. I find that to be annoying. You know?
Yeah.
Occasionally I'll look out the window. You don't catch me looking out the windows like a junkie. That's annoying to
Yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah. I didn't like that lifestyle when I was in accommodation in cities. I didn't like that either. There's a natural, like, especially when it's bad weather for days after days, like week after week, you end up
Yeah,
staying in, and it's like what to do apart from look out the window, you know, and it's horrible. Curtain
I'm
turning.
not that I'm not that paranoid.
Mm, yeah.
Oh, I kicked fucking Fitness After 60 off my stream last night. I kicked his ass right the fuck off.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I thought it was my neighbor, and it might be. I don't know. I was like, I'm just tired of being a paranoid mess. He was like, well, maybe you need to see a doctor. Maybe you need to see someone. I'm like, I'm not taking fucking pills. I kicked his ass right off. I was like, I'm not even
Yeah.
going down that road with you.
Good. I'm glad you did. Yeah.
I'm not taking no fucking pills. Pills isn't going to solve the crime. hmm,
exactly.
I'm going to take some
Uh,
pills, and then the problem's going to pile up underneath the carpet. Next thing you know, I got a mountain of problems. I stop taking pills. I look at the problem. It's a mountain high, and now I need more pills to deal with these problems. Whereas I had one, now I got a shitload.
yeah, right. Yeah. Do you
I'm
know
like, fuck that.
pills? Those pills are good for encouraging like a drop of the population. You know, like yeah, everybody hooks on pills and then take them away and see how many people are suicidal. You know, it's
Oh
like what? Oh,
my God.
you get me?
I'm like, man, I'm gypsy, much like the Amish. We don't fucking take kindly to your doctors, your quacks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. I'm the same.
I
Yeah.
kicked his ass right the fuck off. I'm like, this is what you got out of everything that I just told you. That's what you got from it.
Yeah.
And I'm a paranoid mess. I was like, it's not irrational paranoia. You know, if it were irrational paranoia, you might have something there. You know, it's rational. Like, I'm looking in all my mirrors while I'm driving to the grocery store to make sure I'm not being followed. That's rational paranoia.
Well, it's traffic awareness as well. Like it's road sense. You know, when you're driving to be looking through the mirrors. You know, that's what they're there for.
Yes, and to make sure nobody's following me, so that I,
Yeah.
either go home or drive to the police station,
Mhm. Yeah.
get my ass in the garage, or
Imagine there was somebody following you, you know, like on the road, and they're, you know, like maybe they're your neighbor and they're going to the same supermarket for yourself because they, you know, like it's the same butcher, for example, and yeah, like if you pulled up to the butcher, for example, and your neighbor pulled up to the butcher's after following you all the way there, would you run off to the police? Would you pull your gun out and cap them because they're following
oh
you?
shit, oh shit. That's a toughie.
Oh wow, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. I tell you what, Joe, yeah, there is not many people that will actually follow the what ifs, you know, like the hypothetical situations. There's not many people that have played that game with me, so yeah. But you've just done it
Right.
beautifully. Thank you very much. Wow.
It's a toughie. Maybe I'll go to a different grocery store.
But it's not hard to position yourself in these hypothetical situations. You know, like you're not deluded, yeah.
Right.
Most people that have got these paranoias from nowhere will flutter and they can't put themselves in hypothetical situations because they're so hysterically attached to the world that they're in. They can't possibly take another world. So the fact that you're able to connect with it, there, you know, like there's differences and there's alternatives to what you've already gone through thinking for how long, how many years, how many, you know, like yeah, it's like
Oh shit.
that
Yeah, I've
makes
been
yeah.
through this before, and I've had irrational fears. And I don't want to keep calling law enforcement on every little thing. Because I've been set up to call law enforcement on every little thing so that I look crazy. And it hurt. I didn't realize I was being set up for that. And I was like,
Now
oh shit.
that's not very Amish and very gypsy though, is it really? You know, like calling the police
Yeah.
on things. I mean, like really now, seriously. I mean, like one minute you say, hang on, yeah, one minute you say gypsy and like Amish of culture and traditions, but like for the doctors and medications, but like you wouldn't be like that with the law enforcement. For me,
Well,
I'm with that with the law enforcement than I am with the medical services.
well, it was a corrupt cop who was joining forces with my husband,
Brain
who
them.
my estranged husband of 2 years, who showed up to my court date that I had rescheduled. He was gone for 2 years, but he was sneaking back home, breaking into the house, stealing shit, moving shit around. He was trying to drive me crazy. And I filed a restraining order against him, but I missed an appointment with my attorney, and I rescheduled the appointment or the court date. I didn't know where he was. I didn't notify him of the court date. The cops that I had lawsuits against, they notified him. He showed up to the postponed court date that still went on without me. I don't know why they didn't reschedule the court date. I thought it was rescheduled. Fuckers.
Mm,
They didn't reschedule the court date. So he
mm.
shows up and wins everything. He
Oh,
files a counter restraining order. He gets the house, the kid, and I'm like on a temporary basis. But the corrupt cops that I had three lawsuits against were also breaking into the house. They were doing crazy shit. They had the fucking junkies on the payroll. I'm telling you. I told you about the sex trafficking. Who do you think was doing that shit? I had it really
mm,
bad. So I thought there had to be good cops. Every time something was
mm,
happening, I thought if I never stop calling the cops, eventually I'm going to get a good cop and this shit's going to, get taken care of. They were trying
mm,
to get me to stop calling the cops so they can
mm,
continue to have their way with me.
mm,
And I didn't have any help. I had no help, and all hell was breaking loose, and I was losing, and I was suffering. All hell was breaking loose. It was
mm.
terrible. I had zero help and nowhere to turn.
Oh,
They stole everything out of the house till there was almost nothing left.
oh shit.
The furniture, the fucking furniture was being stolen. And I'm like, I'm going, to the store, and I come back and there's always something missing. I'm like, how the fuck nobody in the neighborhood sees? Nobody in the fucking neighborhood sees what's going on. Everybody's
Mm,
staying tight-lipped. I'm going crazy at this point, and that was the point. They were trying to drive me crazy so that they could make me look crazy. I think they wanted to put me in a mental hospital. So now with this situation, I can't look crazy. Every step that I make, I have to be sure. So when you say if I go to the grocery store, my neighbor follows me there, um, yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going to go to another grocery store,
mm.
and am I going to
Yes.
call the law? I'm only in an emergency, and of course
Yeah.
I'm a gypsy, and we don't call the cops. But man, what else am I going to do? This
Yeah.
fucking private investigator, he stole my money and he won't leave me alone. That's what he does. He has a shitload of people that he set out to steal their money, women of missing and deceased children. He called them up with intentions to steal their money. He met with them, he got their money, and he hightailed it.
Yeah. No, that's con man. That's pure con man. That's no good. That's lowest of lowest. Going on people's lost and loved ones. You know, it's like no, that's bang out of order. That's what I don't like about these mystics. You know, like they say that they can talk to the dead. I mean, like shit. If you can talk to the dead, yeah, you end up following where the dead take you. And you know, you don't need to be sat in a fucking office with a crystal ball to see, and all that. You end up on the doorstep saying, "Hey, you're missing and dead people have communicated with me, and I've got this information telepathically, like it's in your bed or whatever, right? And boom, is it true or not?" And then happy days, you don't even go knocking on doors, like. But yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
people they go looking for like obviously people will go looking through the birth and deaths. Do you get me? And like go
Yes. Or tombstones.
patients and on the social medias. Like people put that information's out there as well, which makes it easier for people to be communicated with. Is quite bad that these artists are out there doing what they're doing. Is very bad. Uh,
Very bad. I
I
say
mean,
I'm gypsy, but
well, for a lot of people in your situation, you'd be gambling your last dollars to like have communications with your lost, and some people's would be anyways. It's like a gambling thing, isn't it? It's like gambling sickness. Like people don't recognize it until everything's all gone and it's too late. But they was in for a winning chance. Mm,
Mm. Yeah, well, the Lord says you can't communicate with the dead aren't allowed to communicate with you. That would bring about confusion.
mm,
You're not allowed to communicate with the dead, and the dead aren't allowed to communicate with the living.
mm,
No, it's demons that are communicating with the living. People don't know that.
mm,
So this fucking private investigator, this fake, he's not a private investigator. He gets these people's information, their friends, their families, their neighbors. He calls their jobs. Oh my God. He calls everybody. He basically terrorizes anybody that they know and are related to. And it's an ongoing thing. He doesn't stop.
mm,
So he steals your money, then he terrorizes your life and everything in it.
mm. Like, uh, well, I've never met anybody that does things like that.
Me
Uh,
neither. It's so hard for me to wrap my head around these kinds of crimes.
mm,
And it's like, what the fuck? What kind of world we living in?
mm,
Where do these people come from, Steve?
uh, See, this is bad parenting, and really, is their parents that should be responsible for punishing them. Instead, if they get caught, us as allegedly taxpayers or common peoples, we pay for those people to be protected and kept strong while they're in jail, and that's fucking wrong.
I want to punch their parents in the face.
Hmm. This is where I say bad people like that. We just take out their whole bloodlines. Yeah, it's obviously
Yeah.
hereditary. Like things like that, hereditary, do you get me? So it's like, yeah.
Get back to their great, 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 great grandparents and be like, you know what? I saw into the future, and your friggin' kids are a menace. So I gotta friggin' shoot you in the forehead right now.
Yeah, yeah. As, as his wives and daughters and nieces arrive to the hospital to deliver their babies, no, send them straight off to McDonald's, two for the price of one. Happy days.
Rabbi Finkel. Have you heard of that guy?
Gone. Ribeye Finkel? Not yet.
Yeah. Oh shit. Look him up. He talks about we send your babies to McDonald's
Yeah, really. Oh, wow, cool. He's copycatted
by
my thing.
way of grinder.
Yeah,
They
brilliant.
kidnap the babies and grind them up and turn them into McDonald's hamburgers.
Yeah, I've been saying they do that for years. Yeah, but nobody believed me. Uh,
I don't know. I mean, he's awfully convincing. I don't know that they're doing that, but he's very, very convincing.
yep, yep.
You gotta look him up. I think he's on YouTube and Facebook.
Mm,
Rabbi Finkel. It's a little less than an hour long. Oh
mm.
man, he just carries on about what they do. He's a Zionist Jew.
When I was a boy, right? When I was a boy, yeah, I remember a dumbass wise man telling me that you see all them missing people during the World War I and World War II. What happened
Yeah.
to all those bodies? Yeah, there's never been discovery of all these missing bodies. So what's happened? Yeah, but when you have a look at the cuisines, yeah, there's all these dried sausages and cured meats and all this whatnot. And apparently, yeah, all that tinned meat and cured meat and all that stuff. is that's what's happened to all the missing people. They just got meat minced up and sausaged up and fed back to us.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
You know they'd fucking probably do some shit like that.
yeah.
It probably would. I wouldn't put it past them.
Mm. I mean, we've all seen these movies like the friggin' Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch and stuff. Where like you walk into the back of the butcher's or the back of the restaurant, and them's there with the meat cleavers. Do you get me? You know, and the stuff in blood. Do you get me? You know, it's like yeah, we known about this. Same as gangs in New York. Yeah, the butcher. Do you get me? You know,
Yep.
yeah, they was all butchering up people and feeding them out there.
There's some funky ass movies, weren't they?
I know, yeah.
Lock, stock, and two barrels. They have some. Which one had the gypsies?
That was Snatch, was it?
Snatch.
Yeah. Down by a caravan. You like that? Yeah.
Not really, because that didn't portray us right. Maybe it portrayed like way, way, way old school gypsies, but not really. It was funny.
Do you know what? Right, when I seen that movie, yeah, I thought, yeah, that's like the sites that I know. Yeah, you know, like yeah, maybe the gypsies of like the old school are still alive in the circles that I know. 'Cause, yeah, that's exactly what the sites are like that I know. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
hundred there's 100 men and they all worship one woman.
Oh, no, no, not the gypsies that I knew. No
No,
way,
no,
women. Mm-mm.
no.
She's cooking, she's cleaning, she's taking care of the kids, and she's generally pregnant
Yep.
or telling fortunes. I left home when I was young because of that fortune telling shit and the crookedness and the lies and the cheating and the stealing. I didn't like that shit. I wasn't okay with it.
Mm, yep.
I
But
didn't
you know,
like my family. What?
for me, like in my time, right? I've noticed it like dark places hold dark energies, and yeah, sometimes it's unexplainable. What goes what sensation I feel. But being out and about the place, I can definitely tell you, yeah, there's haunted places, and I really do feel that there's elements of nature that tries to communicate with us, and possibly stuff like I don't know, yeah, like trapped souls and demons and stuff. But I don't think them's all bad. I think if people are bad people, then they attract bad demons. You know, I don't think good people attract bad demons. The good people recognize, you know, like difference between good and bad. Whereas bad people don't, you know, like they recognize the good as coming from bad experiences.
Well,
You know,
I
you
agree with.
said you know you said you've seen the devil and you've seen God. Yeah. Now I've seen yeah I've seen things right. Now when I looked into why and how I seen things, some explanations there because the mind needed to see those things.
Yes. Yeah, I haven't seen God. I've seen God's works.
Okay.
I felt his presence or an angel sent to save me. I felt the presence. I knew it was sent from the Lord or possibly the Lord. Either way, I it was good and I knew it was love and I knew that it was sent to help. I definitely saw Satan's eyes.
Hmm.
And I saw that
Yeah.
fucker's face.
I met
Um,
these weird Dutch people about 6 years ago. Yeah, no, about 5 years ago. Yeah, and they were extremely Dutch, like really Dutch. And the thing that they lived on was this reincarnation stuff, right? Now, for me, I I'm in between worlds when it comes to all that sort of stuff. I'm gonna find out on the day when I'm confronted with all that sort of stuff, right? But like up until that point, I'd never really thought about reincarnation. But seriously, yeah, the way they talked about it, they were so fluent about it. Yeah, they had me and other people very convinced that it's possible. And yeah, and they told me that Captain Jack's my long lost, my deceased brother. That's what they told me. Yeah. And every time I mention it, he gives a physical reaction to sort of like reassures me that that's the truth.
wow, Captain Jack. I don't know much about him. Was he a pirate?
No, he's a little black hairy dog.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought Captain Jack was a pirate.
No, he's my little black dog, Captain Jack. Yeah, he's a
Ah,
rimmer. Yeah, yeah. He was christened Captain Jack the Rimmer.
cute.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty
I
wild.
had I had Angel visiting me about 15 no about 20 years ago. Yeah, more than 20 years ago. About 23 years ago. I had like an angel visiting me. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I did. Yeah, and it was so bright. Like it was really bright in a really dark environment, and she was really bright, and I'm pretty sure it was a female because it was so bright. Yeah, and it wasn't a short term thing, and it wasn't like like a tripping experience either. It was like I wasn't tripping at the time. I was very straight and sober. And yeah, I seen this. I was in the hostel, and this it was a night time, and this freaking great big glow of a female figure. Yeah, and she was hovering there. And I closed my eyes, I opened my eyes, and it was still there. And there was no communications, but like as the mind's wandering, I asked myself questions, and yeah, she was there a long time.
I wonder what she was there for.
I haven't got a clue. Mm.
Maybe she was there to comfort you.
This is possibly the only explanation that I've ever answered with, is that she was just there to comfort me. Just having the presence was there. Uh,
Yeah, probably there to let you know everything's going to be okay.
mm, yeah. I've always accepted this as a higher being, but never sort of like identified a god or a saints or any of that stuff. You get me? Uh,
Yeah.
but most energy that I've entertained and lived with is like I'd be walking down the road, and all of a sudden, like a bird will shit, like in my door. See a bird shit falling, so I'll turn around, yeah, and I'll go in the opposite direction. You get me? Yeah. If something happens in that direction, like the wind blows, for example, yeah, I'll turn around to the direction I haven't been walking. And if I, for example, look up to the sky and there's like loads of friggin' crisscrossing going on with the chemtrails, for example, then I'll turn the opposite direction again. And if it's just like every direction just seems like like there's accidents or there's like bad rune stone signs or something like that. For me, I just sit there and just roll a joint and smoke a joint, start eating. Yeah. mm, but mostly make sure I got a joint in my hand. Yep.
Huh. That makes me think of a couple of things.
Mm,
Maybe they're meant to stand still. Could
mm,
be saving you from something.
mm-hmm. Yep. And I put that down to the natural cooling of the earth. Yeah, the mother nature saying like, yeah, like you're going in the wrong direction. Don't be doing what you think you were going doing.
Yeah, gosh, I wish I could somehow show people the Lord, 'cause you're
Mm,
really missing out on some good stuff. I'm not gonna push them on anybody. I can't do that because it could push you away even further.
mm. You know
And I
what?
don't want.
Right, right. Let me share some with you. I'm in a
Okay.
church, right? I'm in a church because it's like Friday night or Saturday night, and it's church night, right? And the not the judge, the fucking priest, yeah, the father, yeah, he's talking about football and like basketball teams and stuff like this, and I
The
started
hell?
laughing. What?
The hell?
Yeah. So I started laughing, yeah, and he fucking kicked me out of church.
Oh shit. The
Did you
hell?
get? Did you get me?
What an asshole.
Did you get me? Right. So that was the last time I was in church.
What the hell was wrong with him?
I don't know. Catholic Church.
Oh, there you
Catholic.
go. That was the problem.
Yeah.
They like that
I,
money. He probably had money on the
I
game.
I had an argument with a load of squatters that I was living with, and I evicted them from my squat. I kicked them out of my squat. Now, my squat was opposite a bar, okay, where those squatters also socialized, where I was socializing before I kicked the squatters out, and then I stopped socializing with that bar. Long story. But when I did that, the people of the building next to me, they had a Sikh mosque, yeah, and now they came out in all their shining armor and their gold daggers and their best clothing, and they invited me into their building, and they were very grateful that I'd removed all the other peoples and disassociated myself with the bar. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
How about that?
I know. Yeah. Same time, I was invited to Egypt by a man that had been to Egypt on a motorcycle, from England to Egypt on a motorcycle back in the 60s. Yeah,
Wow. I hear Egypt is a very rich place.
right. Especially if you have trees on your land, then you're very rich.
Really?
Yeah. If you got trees, you got water. If you got trees, you got shade. And Egypt being one of those countries which is, many years ago, very rich, very full of life, much waters, much trees. Now it's a percentage of desert.
Damn.
It's like, yeah,
Wow. People, they could have did something about that a long time ago. Trees could have been planted. It's not like the fucking seeds are, scarce. I think it's poor management.
no, what it is trees give cover to most animals and life that we need. They're like, yeah, man's power, man's ignorance. Like they don't want us hiding in the woods, living in the woods. They don't want us surviving off the land, eating the mushrooms. Like foraging and like yeah, they don't want us living like that.
So it's
There
by
isn't,
design.
eh?
It's by design.
Exactly, yeah, they're designing the earth that we got to live on, and it's not going to have the wildlife and the vegetation the earth needs. It's not going to have the natural rivers. Everything's all going to be cemented and tunneled, you know, for greater purposes, more direct purposes. It's crazy.
Fucking assholes. They're killing off everything. And then gonna claim, it's nature. Nature's just dying off. Yeah, 'cause you're killing it, you fuckers.
Yeah. Can you hear that rain falling?
I do.
Yeah.
Is it coming down
But
heavy?
no, but it sounds heavy because I'm in the tent. If I was in the house, I wouldn't hear this. They expect big floods from this rain that we're getting now. They say it could flood this whole riverbank.
Is that gonna flood you out?
Maybe.
No. What the
I
hell?
doubt, I doubt it. But it would be a nice experience to experience that. But it's not going to happen. But it might.
Will you
every
have
it,
to move?
Throughout history, every 10 to 20 years, there's a big flood that happens through here, and this is why they stopped the festival that lived for a while, and that was due to a big flood. They created loads of damage to, like, yeah, loads of not real damage, just like craziness. Yeah, it
If you
happens
have, go ahead.
after you.
If you have to move to higher ground, would that be um a lot of work? Of course, it would.
No, no, no. It will be done easy. Yeah. It'll just float to where it needs to be, and then I'll just be happy there. Calling to Mother Nature. She says, "Steve, don't be there, be here." So I'll be.
You'd be like, all right.
Mm. But this is the advantage of living on a boat. Living on a boat. If it floods, like, so what? You're just gonna float anyways. You get me?
Yeah.
Mm. That's
You're very adaptable. And that's the thing about having grown up the way we did. You can adapt. There's a lot of people that can't adapt. They freak out. It's like bad things happen. They're like, oh my God, now what? It's like, shut up. We go with the flow.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Go with the flow.
I hate to watch people panic. Hmm.
I like it. I like it. I can sit there and watch people panicking to fuck, and I just like, you get me, yeah. I remember one time it was on a ferry crossing, a boat crossing, yeah, going from Ireland to England, and it's like 10 hour, 12 hour boat journey on the best of days, yeah. So we were out there for about 20 hours, because of the
Oh
storm.
shit.
But the boat was rocking from side to side, and like people were fucking sliding all around the place, fucking spewing up all over the place, screaming and shouting, like reenactment of the fucking Titanic. Do you get me, yeah? And I was laughing me fucking tits off. Do you get me, like I was having good fun. Like bearing in mind, I've grown up on fucking fishing boats. Do you get me, yeah? I've been out on the
Right.
Atlantic Sea, fucking livelihood, yeah. This bouncing on boats is fucking perfect for me. So I can walk around, I can dance, I can fucking hold my pint, I can keep smoking. And yeah, I was smoking weed as well. And because everybody thought they were gonna fucking die, so they weren't interested in me smoking my joint. So happy days. Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
boats are fun.
Yeah, boat. Nice. Yeah, yeah. I like boat. Yeah. If I could get a boat big enough for myself, Captain and Grizzles, you know, like electric friggin' engines, sailboat, like and small enough that I could paddle it. Also paddle, yeah. Um, like that'd be brilliant. That'd be brilliant. I'd be all over the place. Never a boring day when you live on a boat.
That'd be fun. I used to want a houseboat.
Mm. Like I said, I've spent time working on fishing boats. Spend like 12 days and nights out at sea at a time, and then like that's weather dependent. And then like that was off the southwest of Ireland. We'd leave from, and I've lived on houseboats in Norwich in England, and yeah, that was on canals. Yeah, and I've done sailing and kayaking and windsurfing as a youth, and even up until quite recently, I still do things like that. Yeah, I can ride motorcycles, drive trucks and vans and cars, and yeah. The only thing I haven't mastered is the air. I've never flown anything yet. Mm,
Nope, can't say that I have. I've driven many a thing, but nothing in the air.
mm.
Yeah, I
My
don't
big
think I'm
bus,
gonna.
my big bus, I got up the mountain, yeah, and it took me like nearly a month to get up my mountain. It's only like 5 kilometers along that road, but it took me like nearly 5 or 6 weeks, maybe only 4 weeks. But it took me a long time because I kept doing it in stages. Get it a little bit up the mountain, recognize the road by walking and walking and walking after day. Recognizing the road, familiarizing the bends and the yeah the steepness and all that whatnot. And eventually, when I got there, it was like I got there. Wow! But any visitors that have ever been up there, yeah, they've said, "How the fuck did you get your bus up here?" Even professional drivers like the Guarda, the police, yeah, even they've said, "How who got you? When did that? How did that?" And it's like, "I did it as my bus." And then it's like, "But that road, how the fuck did you get out up here?" And he's like, "Psh, I can drive."
What is that one? Oh my God, I can't remember what country. They call it Devil's what?
Devil's Pass,
Devil's Pass?
I think.
Where's that at?
I don't know.
It's crazy as shit. I've never seen anything like it, and they drive it like it's fucking a racetrack.
Oh, jeepers, yeah, there's roads all over. I've been watching that. Yeah, roads up through India and up through friggin'
Yeah.
Bangladesh. Like, and there's great big buses like half hanging off the cliff. There's no fucking
Oh
road.
my God, they're crazy.
Yeah, yeah. That's a bit like
They're
my driving experiences. Yeah.
holy
Mhm,
shit. They're professionals and they're crazy as hell.
mhm. Right. So
I'd
how are
hate.
you with technology then? Like, have you got one of these drones? Have you
Um,
like one of these doorstep freaking cameras?
no, I don't have the doorstep camera. I have other cameras that I'm working with. I don't want to talk about them online. We're being watched, especially
Yeah,
now. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to talk about what kind of security I have around the house. But I did just order some other stuff for the car,
Mm.
and I kind of don't want to talk about that online.
And if you got a garage or you got a friend's garage that you'll be using, because like, yeah, fucking scanning your car for fucking for these trackers. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that out in public.
No, I've got a garage.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, you got a garage. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't take my car anywhere until that tracking device finder gets here because I don't want to give them a chance to remove it.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, 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 good stuff. Good thinking, back girl. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
You know they're going to be trying to get that fucking tracking device before I can get to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're probably fucking getting a team together right now, you know, saying she's got to come out. We got to get to that vehicle. We got to get that tracking device.
Mm, yeah.
So after last night's stream, I'm thinking to myself, they're either gonna take this really serious and stop fucking around because there's a lady out there looking for Jim Terry, this con man,
Mm,
and she's trying to have him. There's a lot of people trying to have him served. He's crisscrossing the map, and there's a mother out there. He's got a child with a woman, and he's hiding from her from child support.
mm,
And there's other people out there trying to serve him with lawsuit paperwork.
mm,
And if he keeps putting a tag on my car and the FBI get involved after so many tags and they start watching, I wouldn't be surprised if he's being watched right now. You
mm.
know, the FBI get involved and they locate this motherfucker finally. All these people are going to serve him with their paperwork, and this little girl might end up getting to college, you know, on his dime. She might finally get that child support. But then again, he
Yeah.
might not have any fucking money. I don't know, but he might end up in prison. This guy is gonna be somebody's bitch for sure. His biggest fear is prison. He will be on his knees in prison.
Yeah, I've been to jail many times, Joe. Yeah, prison ain't such a deterrent for people. Like you, like people have got a bad image of prisons. They're not as hardcore as made out. Seriously, them prisoners are a lot more protected than you give than you're aware of. Yeah, what we see on
Really?
TV, like literally out of date fucking stuff. Really, like yeah, prisons ain't bad like they were 20 years ago.
So there's no forced acts going on in there?
Very little, very, very little. You got to put yourself in those situations. You got to be a real bad character. Somebody there got to know your business. Like you got to have inner feuds more. So you got to be like, yeah. In America's is all about territorial and stuff like that. And you'll be protected. You'll be put in with your own peoples. Like they don't mix some peoples for the antagonizing and shit. I mean, like if he's a con man, he'll be locked up with con men. You get me, yeah?
Oh
He's
shit,
not
he'll get a
he's not going to be mixed up with fucking rapists, or bank robber. Well, he might be mixed up with bank robbers, but it's like it's all business. When they go to jail, they look after each other. More to the point, it's more about them sticking together against the screws.
he's gonna
You
get a
know,
better education on crimes and shit, isn't he?
he's going to be, like in England and Ireland. I know for a fact we get paid to be in jail. You get me? Yeah, we get fed when we're in jail. We get showered and housed when we're in jail. Yeah, we get opportunity of library and education when we're in jail. Yeah, so
You get
it's
paid.
like opportunity of jobs as well when you're in jail. Yeah, we get paid from the day you get go to jail. You start on the payroll.
Damn. Like
Serious?
like good pay?
No, it's only about maybe £10 a week. Yeah, it used to be enough just to get an ounce of tobacco and a bag of crisps and a fizzy pop. But if you had your own cash, if you've got your own cash, then you can order on the canteen quite literally what you want. You can spend hundreds. Yeah, you can buy your own clothes. You can buy PlayStations, Xboxes, your own
Holy
stereo.
shit.
Seriously, jail is not a deterrent. Yeah, there's sports, there's gym activities. Like there's good behavior perks. People are only serving half their sentence on good behavior. They go to a couple of courses. Like they get out on early releases. On electronic taggings. A lot of people go to jail because the jails are so full. Is a victimless crime because there's no fucking violence. Yeah, so those people are moved out of jail quick time. but
Damn.
tax, but people with tax and fraud, people like that tend to get a heavy sting for tax evasion. They get a heavy sting. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Yeah,
They're serious about that tax evasion shit, aren't they?
yeah, yeah.
They want their fucking money, don't they? Fuckers.
Mm.
Well, this guy is so fucking sarcastic, man. I gotta send you one of his videos. Let you hear how he talks to women. Oh my god. One of his victims, her son shot her husband. So she lost her son and her husband on the same day. It was terrible. Her child was on drugs real bad. And she lost her son and her husband on the same day. It's really sad. And he was making fun of her and basically terrorizing her, and he still does. It's terrible the way he talks about it. He just turned
Joe,
it into a big joke. Yeah.
Joe, we're living in 2024. The education about drugs and drug abuse and the perks and the lows, the highs and lows that comes with the lifestyles. I mean, the education is there for 100 years now, right? So anybody for the last 100 years, especially since television, rock and roll, and fucking newspapers, radio and shit, we've always had that full on education about drugs and drug abuse. So, in my opinion, there is no compassion and no consideration at all for in coming from us for those peoples. I'm raw, yeah, but coming from the streets, yeah, I've lived on the streets where those people get priority. Yeah, me, I'm pushed aside. Whereas those people that are living those bad lifestyles with that education, they're guided through life. They're encouraged to live, and like I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. So I can
Yeah.
feel people that want to argue against people is like that. So like as bad as you try and say that person is, I, I kind of agree with him if he's got good things to say in that direction, like I do.
No, he talks real bad. Real bad.
I try
He
not to.
basically he basically just rubs it in her face, you know. He
No, I
hurts her
wouldn't
with
do
it.
that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Not unless the person was really pissing me off, like for months and months, and then like I'd give them a taste of like yeah, well here's a bit of your reality. You get me? Stop
Yeah.
bullshit. Bit of reality from my perspective. That's how I do things. Mm.
Yeah, but he just he uses all he steals people's money, and then when they, expose him for it, he uses every weakness against you to torture and terrorize you.
Mm.
It's just bad all the way around.
That is bad. Yeah, that is bad.
But I know, your situation, and I don't know if you know Citizen Z. Um,
Yeah, the animator.
yeah.
Yeah, I
He's
love.
awesome, is he not?
I love him. Yeah, I calls him Uncle Z. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, I calls him Uncle Z. Yeah.
He did a premiere yesterday. Did you catch it?
I haven't caught his stuff for a long time. No, no.
Oh,
About
he's
this time last
passionate.
year, I first met him on YouTube's. and yeah, he made a lot of good times. Yeah, he make a lot of good times.
He's very passionate about homeless people.
I've seen that.
Very,
Yeah.
very. Oh, you got to see it. It was good yesterday. He drew in, quite a few people,
Hmm.
and I mean, it's almost like his life's mission to bring awareness to and to help, folks in need.
Really.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And there was a time when I was homeless. It was like my ex-husband, he made me fucking homeless. He was the one contaminating the food in the house with drugs so that all those fuckers could come in and rape me.
Hmm.
That was the sex trafficking. I couldn't take it anymore. He won everything on a counter restraining order. Made me homeless. Fucker. The world was so big at that point. I felt so small in a world with people everywhere. Help was so far away, it seemed. I felt like a pebble in the ocean. I was like, where's the help? There's so many people. Why can't I find help? It's like there's so many people. There's millions of people in the world. And I'm homeless? Are you serious? Eventually help came, but, you know, people aren't jumping, out of the woodworks to help.
One time I was walking and I needed a bit of shelter, and I was walking looking for materials. Not really looking for materials, but materials were of an abundance. So this great big friggin' car mechanic place. I know it was big plastics and obviously like something like the front bonnet or something big of a car, and quite flat. Was wrapped in this plastic, and so I took this really thick plastic, and then I found the same for like a amount of bubble wrap, big sheet of bubble wrap. So for me, because like these were bigger than like the average two-man tent, so I had the bubble wrap covering over this plastic, and that's where I put my mattress. I recycled the mattress, so I had a mattress in between the plastics.
Yeah.
I put my blankets down, and happy days. I had a nice home for me and my dog. And then my dog was, like a big can corso, yeah. But he was of a small size because of his how I found him. He was like really bad condition when I found him, so I don't think he grew properly, and he never had his ears cut or his tail cut, so he didn't look can corso. But I'm not sure if he was full breed either. But anyways, yeah, it was perfect. Like for us, like we're never homeless. Yeah, we're on Earth. You know, um, like people. I don't know. They've got the message incorrectly. Like yeah, you may not own a house, but you're not homeless. You're on Earth. There's always shelter available somewhere, but it's just like maybe not where you are right here, right now. So you got to pick yourself up and move. Hmm? That's what I
Yeah.
says. We're nomadic. You'll find Mother Earth will position you. There's a time and place for everybody and everything. Yeah. And you'll feel your place when you arrive to it.
Yeah, maybe I
That's
got too comfortable.
them dogs are singing again tonight.
They
Where's
singing.
that? I don't know.
How many lurkers do we have?
We've got four.
That's
Yeah,
crazy. They don't want to say nothing.
I know, right?
That's
But
so crazy.
yeah, it's been explained though. It's been explained to me by emails and WhatsApp messages has been explained.
Really?
Not
What's the
not today,
explanation?
today, but this has been going on for months. A lot of people don't communicate anymore because there's been too much dramas and too many stalkers and too many shit stains. So a lot of people have backed away from actually interacting and being loud. But yeah, they still tunes in.
Ah,
Mm, yep.
well, there's John. He says he's still here listening.
Hey, cool. Fair play, John Tracy. Yeah,
Yeah.
he been tuning in more than a year and a half. Yeah.
Some folks probably rather listen than actually engage because, there's a lot of assholes out there that just want to start shit with anybody, just anybody.
Mm, yep. Yep. We've seen it from this channel, my dear. Pure innocent people's dragged into the most malicious bullshit just because the bullshitters get bored, and they like to create. It's been upsetting, and because I've seen it and I felt it, I went OTT on those people that were creating the bullshit, and then it makes me responsible then because what I'm responsible for, it overrides anything. I've been when people start show no remorse, I go over the top simply, and I try and put a full stop to it. And people aren't really up for that. They don't want that. You get me? Yeah, like not even the bullies want over the top.
You
You know.
know?
Mm,
Well, John says hello to us. Hello, John. How are you? But what I don't get is why anybody wants to induce negative emotions in you. Like I wasn't prepared for what Fitness at over a 60 had to say last night. I wasn't prepared for him to start some negative shit. It's like, why do that to somebody? Why make an assessment? One, you're not a doctor. Two, I can't stand doctors. But why, after hearing all the shit that I'm dealing with, that I've got under control? I got this, man.
mm,
And it will end and I'll be okay.
mm.
After all of that shit, why make an assessment and tell me to see a doctor? Because pills don't stop crime.
Right? Yeah.
And when the crime stops, everything goes back to normal.
Mm,
So
yeah.
I kicked him before he even got the shit out of his mouth. Before
Yeah.
he even completed the sentence. I was
Yeah.
like, kicked.
When I crashed the 110-foot fishing trawler, due to falling asleep because I was inebriated, and I shouldn't have gone fishing that weekend. I shouldn't have gone out with the lads that week, and on that journey. And then the other thing is the boss should have recognized that I was in no fit state when I said I'm in no fit state. He should have recognized, and I wasn't even qualified to be in position of commandeering the boat anyway. So with all those excuses, there's no excuse for like falling asleep. So when I come back to land and my head was proper fucked, because potentially, we could have all died. You get me, yeah?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah, there could have been, like a lot worse. Being so young and fragile minded, like life completely like went, like what the fuck, and I got advice to go to a doctor, and straight away he prescribed me Prozac,
Oh my God.
right? And after about 3, 4 weeks, it was like, no, I don't like this. So I stopped taking them. I told him I've stopped taking them. And as soon as I walked out of the doctor's surgery after telling him I don't want another prescription, I don't want them. Yeah, I don't like them. Um, I met up with a fella and he had a load of LSD. So I bought shitloads of that LSD. And I went away and I tripped out on my own and I cured myself. Snapped out of that shit. Within about 2 days, I was working again, interacting again. But I just spent about fucking 3 months, like not interacting, maybe even 6 months.
Hmm. I know that Prozac is a really bad drug.
Mm,
My aunt, she finally got away from my uncle. My uncle beat the hell out of this woman. She was a sweet woman too. Oh my gosh, she was a wonderful little lady, and he just beat her all the time 'cause he was just a hateful man. She finally got away from him, and somebody convinced her to go to the doctor for her motions, and they put her on Prozac. Man, one night she was in a bar, and she wasn't the bar kind of woman. I don't know what the hell she was doing in a bar. She's in a bar. Somebody reminded her of my uncle. She stabbed him to death.
mm,
She went to prison. She was
oh,
on Prozac.
mm,
And then there was this major lawsuit for Prozac because it was making people crazy. That's what happened to my aunt. The Prozac made her crazy. On top of her emotions, of being beaten coming back to her. I don't know. It didn't help.
I tell you what, I went a bit fucking like physically crazy from after taking them Prozac. That's when I started really fighting back. Do you get me? Yeah. Like up until then, like people could literally run circles around me, and it'd take a lot for me to react. And but after that experience of crashing the boat and fucking like few months of isolation and self isolation, I wasn't locked up or anything. But like taking the Prozac then as well, it was like after that spell, that's when I really started getting like angry. You get me? And physically angry. Uh, and now it's got to the point where I don't trust myself in a fight. Like I've no, I don't trust myself getting into violence because I
Right?
reckon I could quite
Yeah.
easily, or be ended, or like yeah, and then no, it's no good.
That's something people don't understand. It's like
Mm,
they don't know what you've been through. You don't want to fuck with me.
mm. And that's why I've
I don't.
learned in life. I've never been one for carrying weapons. I'm not one for that. But like saying that, like I've taken weapons off of people's, like beat them with their own sticks. As you speak.
That's fun. It's like you want to fucking pick up a weapon? Are you serious?
Mhm.
Now I'm really mad. Now you're really gonna get it. Beat you with your own damn stick.
Yeah, and like
Yeah,
yeah, it's been a good life. You get me? I've had an extremely exciting life. So the other day when I had that near experience, like yeah, it was like fucking hell. You get me? Like mellowed me right out big time again.
yeah, when oh my God, I saved so many people from myself. I'm like, you
Mm,
have no idea what I just saved you from, you dumb son of a bitch. My
mm.
state is unlicensed open carry.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
can you see me at the grocery store with these cameras on my vehicle tied to my phone? Can you see me inside the grocery store and I could see somebody at my vehicle? Can you see
Mm,
me coming out of the store knowing a motherfucker's at my vehicle and I got an open carry?
yeah. Wow. So when you came into chat earlier and I gave off that where you going with that gun in your hand? That that was you knew that, yeah. I knew where you were, yeah, and happy days. Very
Now,
appropriate.
for the reasons that I know what I do, I'm not gonna walk around out in the open
Mm.
with I'm just not going to carry that with me
Yeah,
because I know what I do.
yeah,
I
yeah,
I
yeah.
will. Yeah, I'm not going to take your fucking life because you're stupid. I'm going to save your life, you stupid son of a bitch.
Mm-mm-mm.
Now, I don't think I could live with that. I might friggin' pistol whip your ass, but no, I'm not going to take it with me because there's a very good chance your life will end. I'm going to save your life by not bringing anything with me.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yes, 2 years ago, our state became unlicensed open carry. Anybody could walk around with it. No
Wow.
questions asked.
Wow.
No questions asked.
But you gotta have licenses though, yeah? You gotta have license, surely.
No, zero, zilch, nada.
No license?
No,
Wow.
nope,
Wow.
zero, zilch, nada. Well, you
That's
got to be over 18.
okay. Okay. That's not too hard to be though. You know, like I'm 44. That'd be well smart. Wow. But there's no smoking weed in your state though, is there? Or is that
No, every person in the household can grow up to 12 plants, and there's no penalty for walking around smoking it.
oh wow, so you can smoke a joint and have guns around the place. That's
Yeah.
brilliant. I'd love to be there. That sounds like paradise. Fuck yeah.
I think that's crazy. I don't really care for that. I'm not pro weed, but
You're
I mean
pro
every
gun?
yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. Me too. I'm pro guns too. I don't like guns, but definitely think, like there shouldn't be a law on us having guns. You know, I don't think, same with driving licenses. I don't think we need driving license and insurances. You know,
No.
you only need those things if you can't drive. Do you get me? Yeah, that's
Mhm.
when you need insurance. Yeah, if you can't drive. But me, I can drive, so I don't need those things. You know,
Right? Be a one-time thing.
exactly. Yeah,
Test in, and it's a lifetime. That is fucking stupid.
yeah. You know.
I think it's like every 5 years you got to renew your license.
Wow, fuck that. Nowadays, yeah, you like me being a weed smoker, right? Is more criminal than drink driving. I'm not going to be doing that both. You know, and it's a bit like going out with the guns. You get me? Like just because you can, it doesn't mean you have to.
Mhm. My
Have
insurance is only $20 a
you
month.
have you got a lot of people in your state walking around with guns just because they can?
I haven't seen anyone,
Okay,
but I don't get out much, but when I do get out, I haven't seen anyone. But
okay,
responsible citizens, and I don't live in a bad neighborhood either. I live
okay.
in upper middle class neighborhood, but we've got some hotels that are real shady. We've got
No,
two hotels where it's real cheap to live there weekly. And if you read the paper, all the crime is centered right over there. Most of the crime is centered
okay.
over there. Drugs and alcohol, crime, I don't know, of all kinds. People stealing and beating on each other. Crazy
But tell
shit.
me, what were those hotels originally built for? What was the purpose of those hotels? Like, are you coastal? Like,
No, not coastal. Um,
no.
they were probably built for lower income people. It's like Econo Lodge, like a Motel 6, Motel 8, something like that. I
Okay.
can't remember the names of them, but they're like that, like a red roof, as opposed to what the hell I want to say, like Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn's like a high class over here.
All right.
Uh, I can't remember the other ones. When I first moved here, we were staying in a suite. It was like a 3 room suite. It was costly, that was for sure, but we were living there until we found a place to live. We lived there for a couple of months. Very nice place to stay.
I know
But yeah, I don't see too many people out here walking around with an open, weapon strapped to their side. But I kind of appreciate it because we've got a lot of responsible citizens. They pay a lot of money, good money to live here. And I kind of appreciate responsible citizens being in the right place at the right time. And there might be a crazy person one day with a wild hair up their ass and want to hold up someplace, maybe rob them, and there'll be a responsible citizen there packing, packing heat.
oh, oh, that's better. I just had to zip my doors up because of freaking rain coming in.
Yeah.
Not getting me wet, but get me sofa and the front of the tent wet. And then if that all gets wet, that it's wet for a week. No, that doesn't make sense. So no.
Right.
Wow. So what did I miss? What was you going on about last
Um.
Friday?
Responsible citizens being in the right place at the right time. We pay a lot of money to live where we live. I don't see many people walking around with, guns, but if they do have them, I appreciate them, because if somebody wants to rob someplace, which I don't really see happening, but you never know. And if a citizen has a gun, hey, and here lately, you see on the news when somebody's gone in to rob a store, a convenience store, it's been a citizen that stopped them.
Mm, yeah.
Cause yeah, cause it takes a minute for a cop to get there.
Mm, yeah. That's what I agree with. Being able to police ourselves.
You know?
Mm, yep. Like when we recognize through the movies that the mafia infiltrated the law, the judges, the medics, the fire brigade, the disposal units, the construction. We identified that it was given us, and that happened worldwide. Yeah, it's up to the people that aren't involved in those freaking corrupt establishments. Like, what defenses do we have?
Yep. Yep. They're
Like,
all fucking corrupt.
they're established for decades. Yeah,
Oh
us
yeah.
people, we don't associate with things like that. Same like ourselves now, we're disconnecting for the gypsies from our culture. Like we're living different lives. We're not involved in the heritage, the culture. But they've been going on and established. Yeah,
Yeah, everybody's been infiltrated and that sucks, man. That really sucks. I think about it. I'm one of 10 kids. We could have been anything. We
yeah,
could have been strong as fuck. We could have been a united front. Nope, we've been infiltrated.
Yep.
Somebody said, "Hey, I got a better deal for you." And motherfuckers turned on each other. But they keep
Yeah.
going back to each other. And they
But it
keep
wasn't a
turning on each other.
distraction. It was a distraction. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't get it. They keep turning on each other and going back to each other. And they act like they trust each other. And they keep doing the same shit to each other. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't
Mm,
trust none of them. I won't sleep in the same fucking house with them.
mm.
I can't close my eyes around those sons of bitches. I'd be up in the
No.
middle of the night sneaking around doing crazy shit. I don't know. It's hard. You can't trust anybody anymore.
Mm.
You know who you especially can't trust? People that say, save yourself.
Ah.
You know, Fitness After 60 keeps saying that to me. And it keeps making me mad. I hate it when he says that.
Mm.
I really do. He's like, save yourself. If you had a chance to save someone, would you do it?
Um. Of course, yeah.
Especially if it doesn't cost you anything.
Mm.
And even if it did cost you something.
When I was living in a homeless hostel, and yeah, and I come out of jail and I was in the homeless hostel, and it's full up with the drug addicts, the type of people that I don't like. I still went off and done an overdose course and got qualified to, assist in their overdose. Like give them that friggin' injection into their bum, into their fly, yeah, into their fly, intermuscular. And yet, to bring them back, they're not gonna like you when you bring them out. It just snaps them out of their happy mode, and they yeah. But I never had to use it.
And that's good.
Mm. So yeah, I'm always there to help people and to save people. But they're wanting to save themselves, and that's where like they can like spend time for a while. It's not gonna last forever, but yeah, they can take time in my environments, and I show them like there's a different way, and it's up to them which ways they go from there. But
Yeah.
generally, people go backwards. Like they'd go back. Mm. I've walked with a woman once because she was walking away from an abuser. The whole time she was getting inebriated. I showed her I didn't find her, like yeah, any bit desirable. I had my own comforts. Like I don't need her, and I'm not interested. And no matter how much she kept pushing, I always refused. And when I got to her, I got her to a place of safety where she wanted and she was needed. Um, she only lasted a couple of weeks there. She went back to the abuser.
Damn.
Mm,
It sucks when your help goes to waste. You don't see it
mm,
coming. You don't
mm,
always see it coming.
yeah. So, like, although I tried helping her and saving her for the time I spent with her, like deep down, some people are just unsavable. They do you literally have to save themselves.
True.
Mm. I saved myself many a times. Do you get me? Like knowing that not these are bad people. I'm out of here. Like yeah.
Oh
Or
yes.
yeah, yeah,
Oh yes.
yeah. I can just walk into places now and recognize. No, I don't like the smell of these peoples. I don't like like what that smell reminds me of. And normally it's things like cocaine, like cocaine, alcohol, like alcohol and cocaine are like two of the main things. They're like, no, you know, excessive amphetamines, like, yeah, it's like, no, can't be around peoples that smell of stuff like that.
Oh, cocaine has a distinct smell.
The people do that use it, they do, yeah. Their environments do as well, yeah.
Yeah. My mom, she smells like hell. She smells like a demon.
Mm.
Yeah, you get that sense. I've had a good sense of danger pretty much my whole life. You know, you walk in a room and you're just like, oh, something overcomes you. You're like, this
Mm-hmm.
ain't good. I gotta go. Time for me to fly.
I got made semi famous on a newspaper interview.
Oh
Living
yeah?
in Italy, yeah. This French strangler came into the community.
Oh
Now
shit.
I didn't know he was a French strangler when I seen him, but when I recognized him, I recognized he was a dark character, no good for nothing. And I made a present, my opinion, and the community recognized and appreciated my opinion by him away whenever he came around the place. But yeah, when the police came and took him away from there, a couple of weeks of him being there, weeks after that, a news reporter came, and we didn't know he was a news reporter until he told us. And by then, we were already having a discussion with him and blah blah, revealing my opinion and experience. And he wanted to document and report what I had to say and what I experienced. And so yeah, that news went worldwide because like yeah, yeah, the situation. Yeah, it went worldwide. Yeah, and he
That's pretty
reported me word for word. Mm, mm,
that's pretty wild.
mm,
Now, who's the
yeah,
French strangler?
mm. I don't know who he was. I still don't know his name, but he was a bad character anyway. He was using her mobile phone and Facebook account from France all the way to this hippie community where I was living. Yeah, mm. And yeah,
How many
that's
people did he strangle?
uh, his girlfriend. Only one girlfriend. Mm,
That's terrible, but glad it was only one.
yeah, but
You know,
the seriousness of the news. It wasn't like the murder itself. It was the long distance and the fact that the fellow had traveled long distance to hide in a place of tranquility, amongst peaceful peoples. And there's no way of controlling the people that come in and out of that community. I think that was more the bigger story rather than the individual murder. Mm,
crazy.
mm. And the fact that they confiscated 2,500 marijuana plants and arrested 26 people, I think.
Damn.
I, I was one of those peoples. Well, because they came
Damn.
man for looking for him, yeah.
Damn. That fucker. Oh man.
Yeah.
like, you're lucky I don't beat your ass.
So I really did learn and get confirmed that he was a bad character.
Right?
Yeah. I recognized just by the way he was holding himself, by the way he climbed out of the car, by the way he grabbed his rucksack and his sleeping bag, and how they were brand new, and like yeah, the way he grabbed them isn't the way people with rucksacks grab rucksacks.
Body language. It'll
Yeah,
tell a lot about a person.
exactly. Mm, mm. I've made that point many a times about body language and facial expressions. Mm,
Yep.
this channel, yeah, and to other channel and hosts. It's like when people want to talk to you, have arguments with you, but yet they're arguing with you via avatar. It's like they can't win that argument. Mm,
No, they're hiding something.
mm, yeah. An argument will be done from people recognizing the truth, and the truth will be like within your expressions and your movement more than just words. Word will be like acted out and scripted out, easy.
I don't get why people want to straight up fucking argue to begin with.
Mm,
I don't get it. It just boggles me. It's like, why can't you just be cool? I don't mean like, hey, be cool. It's just like, have a decent conversation with people. Whatever happened to people just conversating over a cup of coffee?
mm. Yeah, yeah. I learned this. I mean, I'm not religious, politics, or business, but yet all day, most days, most channels, all that sort of stuff gets brought up somewhere along the line. Like conspiracy theories as well, and it's like it's topics, it's conversations. People don't have to go to war over, not wanting to listen to one another for starters. And this is one of the greatest things. It's like people aren't prepared to listen. They're willing to talk, but they're not willing to listen. Mm,
True. True. Now I got my friends compartmentalized. Like, my friends that like to talk about conspiracies. There's a time and place for everything. Then
mm,
I've got my friends that like to talk about worldwide news. And then there's my friends that like to talk about the weather manipulation. And sometimes it crosses over.
mm,
And then there's my friends that I like to just casually talk to about whatever. And that's where
mm,
you fit in.
mm.
We're just casually talking about whatever.
So, what do you reckon about flat Earth then?
Flat Earth, the Bible says it's flat. I'm going with that. I don't
Is
fight
flat?
about it. Go ahead.
Is it flat in the Bible?
The Bible says it's flat, yes. And it says preach in all four corners, so it could be square. I don't find it important to fight about or talk about because to me the case is closed. And it's not a very important topic, so I don't really talk about it to everybody and anybody. And when people bring it up, I just don't even talk about it. Now, with me and you, um, I'd be more apt to talk to you about it, um, just because I know you're not the fighting kind. You will fight if necessary, but I'll have that conversation with you. But as far as I'm concerned, it's flat and it could be square.
That's interesting because nobody's expressed that in my earshot yet. Like the Bible says it's flat Earth.
Yeah.
So wow. So a lot of these people that says the flat Earth conspiracies are like up their rockers. I mean, what it boils down to is people that are like understanding the flat Earth come from the Bible. They're more Bible accepting than the Bible pushes themselves. They're say putting the flat earthers down, which is quite an interesting thing.
Yep, and they even used to teach it in school. Um, if you go to a YouTube channel called DITRH, I think DIRTH. I can't remember. I'll figure it out and I'll get back to you on it. I can't remember what channel, but he went to an old folks home and he found, I think, one of the oldest living ladies. And she said that she remembers in school that they used to teach the earth was flat. And there are some books, very rare find. There are some books that you can find it in, school books that you can find where they taught the earth was flat. And since, was it Rockefeller? Rockefeller. Let me think. Rockefeller, Rothschild. Rockefeller. Yes, Rockefeller took over the education system and the medical industry, and made them burn all their books and said, I will fund the schools and the medical, um, education system, but you have to go by my rules and my books, and my people will sit on the boards of education, and we will run the show and we will fund it. Otherwise, you get no money, you get nothing. And they bowed down, and he then wrote the books. And then he labeled all the natural healers, natural herbs. He labeled all, what am I trying to say? Holistic doctors. He labeled them all quacks and harmful, and basically slandered them and said they were dangerous. So he smudged them out and pushed them out, and said the only way you could be licensed in the medical field is if you go through him and their programs. You could not be, um, what the hell? You could not be, what the hell did I just say? Damn it.
You're talking about all the herbalists and the natural medicines being listed.
You couldn't be homeopathic. What are the alternative doctors? You couldn't be
Yeah,
alternative and
no,
licensed.
yeah, wow.
Uh,
And what years did that happen? That was only like less than 100 years ago, yeah.
yes, yes, or
Mm.
right about.
Oh wow.
And the reason why he took over the oil is because he found that you could make pills, medicines out of oil.
Mm.
And he labeled the oil fossil fuel to make people think that eventually we're going to run out of it. He coined the
Mm.
terms fossil fuels. He's an asshole and he's a liar and he's slick. He thinks he's slick.
Mm.
And then back when Kennedy was shot, the guy who was in charge of the FBI was fired. Then Kennedy was shot, and suddenly this FBI director is reinstated. And then he coined the term conspiracy theorist to slander all the people who were pointing out the truth. So
Mm.
now conspiracy theorists are quacks. You know, he did that shit. They, oh my god, it's all fucking conspiracy, is what it is. And then they paid people to run interference by acting like conspiracy theorists. Uh, fucking to go out there and make up crazy stories to blend in with the people who are telling the truth. so that it looked like our people were working against us. It's
Mm,
crazy. You want to talk about conspiracy theories and conspiracies? Holy shit, it's a nightmare.
mm.
So yeah, where were we at with the flat Earth and the conspiracy theories? What was your original question?
Um, what do you think of the flat Earth?
That's what I think.
Up is cool.
I think it's constantly brought up to keep people fighting amongst themselves. I think it's a
Mm,
topic kept in the in the public, just like Trump and what's that potato head's name? The fuck is that potato head? What's his opposer? Biden. Just
oh,
like Trump and Biden, they give people it's the left right paradigm. It's the two choice system. They constantly present everyone with two choices. It's this or it's that. There's never a third option. People don't understand they have a third option. You don't have to choose one or the other. There's so many other things you can choose. You're not only presented with two options. They think they only have two options. It's like, why are you being stupid? Stop being
what?
stupid. Break out of the system. If they give you two options, is it this or is it that? It's flat, it's round. It's Trump, it's Biden. You got a brain. Act like an Amish, act like a gypsy. We choose none of the above.
Mm,
You have another option. Think for yourself.
mm,
If we choose no government, then to us, no government exists.
mm.
And they hate that. They're coming for the Amish in America right now. They're trying to jail farmers right now.
Really?
Yes, and I knew the day would come. I try so hard not to talk about the Amish because I just knew it was coming. They don't want them
What grounds did
eating.
they get in them Amish farmers? Then?
What's that?
What on what grounds are they arresting the Amish farmers?
Unlicensed practice, uncertified. Um, they're processing their own meats. They're doing their own farming. They don't want them processing dairy. They're claiming unsanitary, unsafe, uncertified. The Amish have been doing their own thing for centuries, you know, and here for over a century. And now they're fucking with them because they don't want Amish poisoning Americans' minds with the fact that they can care for themselves without government interference.
Mm,
Because if Amish influence other people, saying you can take care of yourself without the government, then more people might catch on to, hey, Amish don't pay taxes. Amish care for their own. Amish raise their own food. They're self sufficient in every way. If
mm,
other people catch on and say, fuck the government, I'm going to be like the Amish, that works against the government's whole fucking plan of control.
mm,
Then government loses control over people, loses money, which is fiat currency. You know that.
mm.
The Federal Reserve is not federal.
And I like as the dumbass that I am, like I haven't got a clue. So like I'm innocent when I ask, like the indigenous Americans and the Amish. How did they get on? How did they communicate?
How
Like,
do
'cause
they
they're quite
communicate?
opposites. Like from the fashion boy awareness that I have, it's like like the indigenous Americans have like been encouraged to get drunk and get high and lose their culture, and like what like the Amish them's not the nomadic type. They're more settled, aren't they? Yeah. Like
Yeah, Amish are definitely more settled, and there's different sects. The Amish that I know are old order Amish, and they speak a German dialect.
Oh,
And they speak English, but mostly German dialect. They came over to America because of what happened in their homeland. Um, yeah, something really bad happened in their homeland where they were infiltrated, and I can't remember the story. I'll have to go remember or go look up the documentary on that. They were infiltrated and things went bad, and they stopped worshiping the Lord. It just got infiltrated. So they came over here for freedom of expression of worshiping the Lord. Now the indigenous, that was a systematic takedown. Buffalo Bill, he was no war hero. He was no hero. Buffalo Bill was what the fuck did I call him? Damn, my history is going. My head injury is taking causing me brain fog. Buffalo Bill, he was sent in to basically steal the food from the indigenous people. He rounded up all the buffalo. It was a war tactic. He went out every day and rounded up buffalo and stealing from the Indians. Of course, they sent in they try to make they fake pretended to make peace with the Indians, offering them things like blankets and whiskey. That was systematic to take them down, to cause them to be alcoholics eventually. And then the blankets with the smallpox, they introduced diseases, whereas there was none before, or, minimal, but they had herbs and natural healing for, whatever they encountered, that affected their health. They lived for thousands of years before that off the land, and whatever they encountered, they knew how to heal. Before the Americans arrived and, decided they wanted to steal their land and profit off of it. So, yeah, they got them drunk, turned them into alcoholics, divided their families, killed them, poisoned them, starved them, stole their land. Americans are actually sons of bitches, literally from hell. And now they're coming for the Amish.
so did you see those communities working together?
Which
The Amish and the indigenous.
I don't know that that actually happened, but I can't say that it didn't. I don't think I don't know that they did. I'll have to ask my Amish friends if that ever happened. I think that if they ever encountered each other, they probably would have stayed away from each other and did their own things. I don't imagine that would have turned out good. They probably would have been afraid of each other and kept to themselves. But I don't know any history on that. I'll have to ask my friends. That would be interesting.
I mean, in modern times, are they working together?
Oh no. Well, actually, you know what? They work with a church and have been for my friends. They work with a church and have been for quite some time now, quite a few years. And they go out west to Arizona and they do work with indigenous. They're building churches and oh yes, yes, they do. Oh my goodness, you just reminded me. Yes, and they just went to Africa recently and are working with those folks over there. But yes, they have been working with the indigenous. Wow, that's so wild. Yeah, they do their very best.
That's nice. That's nice. So at least they're not alone. It's like like yeah. That's nice. I like to hear that.
Oh man, that's awesome. It is. They try to work with them, you know, locals, but the locals seem to use and abuse them. I'm their only success story in their local area. Well, they're a state away from me now, but I'm their only success story out of all the people in their local area that they try to help. They actually saved me from sex trafficking, the stalkers, the law enforcement that I tried so hard to get away from. You know, they ran me out of the statute of limitations of which I could file the lawsuits against them. They kept me so busy with trying to take care of my daily needs. They kept getting me fired from jobs and kept me homeless and running from them. And they tried to force me into prostitution. And I kept running from them, and I ran everywhere. And they would threaten anybody who helped me. They would get them fired from jobs and get me kicked out of everywhere I tried to stay. But the only people that saved me from them completely and totally were my Amish friends. My Amish friends gave me church property to stay in for like I stayed there for 6 weeks. They gave me a church job to pay for the church property that I was staying in until I got all my old jobs back. And within 6 weeks, I was in my own place, my own two-bedroom apartment, beautiful apartment with a balcony and my hammock. But I got my old jobs back and I had my own place. I was on my own 2 feet within 6 weeks. But everybody else that they tried to help turned to drugs and alcohol. They abused the place. They wouldn't work. They just abused everything. They ended up in and out of jail. I'm their only success story. And at the time I needed them, they needed me because they were losing faith and hope in helping people in their local area. They had tried so many times and they were failing left and right. And when I came along, I was so desperate for life, and they were like, "We've got to be successful." And I'm like, "I've got to be successful." And fortunately, we both needed each other and it worked out.
Nice.
So I restored their faith, they restored my faith, and that helped build them up, to continue helping people. So we were definitely a blessing for each other.
You see that
How
what I
great!
bet about the U.S. government is wanting the citizens to eat lab-grown meat and cloned management food. This is hap-
Um,
This is happening worldwide, my dear. It's happening worldwide.
yes,
Seriously, it's U.S.
I've been keeping up with that, and there is one country I can't remember the country's name. Um, have banned lab-grown meat. They're using human DNA cells, and I've got a recording of this somewhere stored. Human DNA cells is all they need, cells. And they're growing meat in a lab here in America. And they're selling this shit. They showed a video of some cells in the process of being grown. And they showed the process. They left the room, come back in a couple of hours, and they had this big giant chunk of fucking meat. It made me want to vomit. I couldn't believe. I was like, "Dear God, please tell me this is not happening. I am not seeing this. I want to believe I'm crazy." No, I'm not crazy. I saw that disgusting shit. It's unfucking believable.
Hey,
And
Baba,
Bill Gates is behind it. Sorry.
they've been doing this for years. Like with the farmed fish, for example. Yeah, it doesn't look anything like for example, the wild salmon looks like wild salmon, but this farmed salmon, it don't look like salmon.
I did see that. The farmed salmon. How? Oh my God. I don't even know what to say about that. And yes,
Yeah,
they've been doing that for years.
yeah, yeah. So when you look at the food, the way food's gone and going, yeah, you can see why they've invented these 3D printing machines. You get me? You know, they're getting ready for these printing machines where you just print your own food.
I can't, oh my God, I can't even wrap my head around the 3D meat printing machines. I don't understand. My head will not compute. I don't, how is this? What is this? How? What is this? I saw
Well,
it years ago.
they've already got them. You know.
Yes, but how are you, what, this is edible? What the fuck is
Uh,
this shit?
Well, what I learned about 30 years ago, yeah, is because of the amount of invasion of jellyfish, is that someday they'd have to, they see us being dependent on the proteins coming from jellyfish. So it wouldn't be at all surprising if they'd make paste, or like a powder from the jellyfish for us to be consuming. But then like you go through your fucking printer machine and it comes out ice cream or it comes out T-bone steak.
That's terrible. I'm just in shock. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. It's fucking terrible. And now I just watched a video a couple of nights ago off of Facebook. I like to call it Fagbook because there are a bunch of bitches over there. But I just watched a video where they're this factory. It's pushing out slime, and it looks pink, and it's slime, and they're putting it in these little look like bread pans. And they put a whole bunch of these bread pans in this cooker, and it cooks them, and it hardens them into like a hunk of meat. And then they put all these hunks of meat into a giant slicer, and it slices them into what looks like little slices of ham. And I'm like, oh
Mm.
dear God, I am not buying slices of ham from anywhere now.
Wow, yeah, right.
It was pink slime. It looked like slimy shit, and they hardened it by cooking it and sliced it, and now it's ham slices. No more
I
ham.
don't know what your meat's like in America, but most certainly here in Spain, I've noticed it in English meats. I've noticed like a lot of the meat you buy it, like you get it home, and there's like half a pint of water come from like from it. Like the bag's full of water.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that?
Yes. What is that about?
I haven't got a clue. But that water wasn't attached to the fucking, like the meat when I bought the meat. But like it's detached from the meat.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I know, right?
Have you seen that spam? The canned ham? They call it
Yeah,
spam.
yeah.
My father used to buy that for us when we were kids. It was cheap, and we liked it. Well, I don't know that we liked it. I think we didn't have a choice. We were poor, and it comes out of the can with slimy shit.
Yeah. That
There's no
that's
telling
supposed to be gelatin,
what.
and that's very good for you. Yeah, that's very good for your joints. Like yeah, your bones. That's that gelatin. But that spam and stuff, we got very similar here in Spain. It's very common. They call it chopped pork. Oh
I know it's loaded with sodium, and that's not good for you.
yeah,
Yeah.
they replace the salt with sodium, don't they?
Yeah. I use pink Himalayan salt that I get from the my Christian grocery store.
Mhm.
My Amish friends turned me on to pink Himalayan salt.
Yeah, I like the pink Himalayan salt, and I like the black. black Himalayan salt as well.
Oh, I've never heard of
Yeah,
this.
yeah, it's more sulfury. It smells like sulfur. Yeah, it smells like eggs.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's very good for cooking with. But you add it
I
at the
don't.
last, you add it at the last moment when you're cooking with it. So it's very good with salads, for example, or sandwiches.
Oh, well water in Florida smells like that. How'd you like to smell like that after a shower?
What's smelling like eggs after a shower? No, no.
It fucking stinks.
The smell of eggs, yeah, they do stink.
Was Babette saying? Yeah. Ew. Billy Killy Gates is turning shit water into drinking water.
Wow, they've been doing that for years. I've got a system that can do that. I've got an osmosis water filter system that can change shit water to the drinking water. I haven't used it yet. I bought it brand new from a shop. Yeah, it's still in the box. I haven't even opened it yet. Mm, Stupid spending 300 quid on it.
Hmm. Oh shit,
Yeah.
Babette knows about Soylent Green. Oh shit. Soylent Green. Oh my god, Babette, I've got a picture of a freezer door in a convenience store, and there's drinks in there, and there's two different kinds, and it's called Soylent Green. I shit you not, little lady. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, please tell me this is not true. These people have nerve. I don't know who the maker of it is. Do you know what Soylent Green is, Steve?
Nope.
I'll let Babette tell you. Fitness after 60's in the room. I don't want them calling me conspiracy theorist. I'll let Babette
Socialist.
tell you. There's a movie called, I think it's called
We're,
Soylent Green. What?
we're all conspiracists. And those that don't want to listen to other people's conspiracy are the biggest of conspiracists. Yeah.
I don't think the movie's called Soylent Green. There's a movie that talks about Soylent Green. Um, I can't remember the name of it though. I bet knows about it.
Simpsons. The Simpsons
No.
movie.
The Simpsons movie, that was pretty wild. They seem to know a lot, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's being a big emphasis on how much the Simpsons, how many predictions have been made via the Simpsons. But you know what? It's an animated freaking cartoon, so easily, like what do you call it? Altered.
I can't remember the creator's name, but he's a
Matt,
Freemason.
Matt Groening or something like that.
Yeah, Matt Groening.
Mm.
Yeah, I try not to get into that because everybody jumps on that one. That's a fight in and of itself. There's so many people for it, there's so many people against it. I'm like, that one's too easy. That's too easy. I want to talk about the shit that people ain't talking about.
So with Nostradamus and his book of predictions, or alleged predict. I mean, like for anybody to sit there and make as many predictions as he did, so few came true.
Very few.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a fraud, and I think he was over promoted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you want to know who a witch was?
Go on.
Edgar Casey.
Who?
Edgar Casey. You got to look that dude up. He would people would write him questions, and he had a secretary, and she would write down. He would go to sleep in his office, and he would read the questions that were sent to him one at a time. He would read one and go to sleep and answer the questions, and his secretary would write down his answers, and that would be true. You got to watch the documentary on that shit. That motherfucker was a witch. He was a
Mm-hmm.
real life witch. Freaks me out still until this day. Edgar C. Casey, Edgar, Edgar something Casey. Cayce. Casey. Yeah, that fucker freaks me out still.
Mm-hmm.
Nostradamus didn't have nothing on this guy. Man, why does Fitness After 60 get so upset so quick? He said, I was in the room. Peace out.
Well, probably because he smoked sativa rather than yeah, and maybe because he's like that naturally racy minded, like yeah, anything of a different to that racy minded that he's got, because he's always racing around, like he's got 1,000 thoughts to hour one, so like
He's funny. He's very confrontational.
yeah, yeah. He from Manhattan, and he's from Brooklyn. Like them folks are very confrontational.
Yes, I fucking hate New York.
Hmm.
They got their underwear in a bunch, all shoved up their ass.
Hmm.
It's like,
But
dig
see,
them out.
I'm attracted to the American accents. Like from like is there in the music, is there in the TV, the movies, but like to actually speak to individuals with the American accents. That for me is like the winning gold. You get me?
Which ones?
Well, just different American accents. But them New Yorkers, yeah, they all sound like they come out of the Godfather movie. You get me? Well, they all knows that they got the Godfather accent, so they know that they got that to live up to, and it kind of carries a bit of coolness on the YouTube street, I think.
It's funny. The North and the South, they're really funny. I spent a lot of time in both. When I was down in Florida, they've got that Southern accent, deep Southern accent, rednecks. I was talking to this one older gentleman. He said, "Man, this Yankee, she wouldn't shut up. I hated her accent so much. Couldn't understand a goddamn thing she said." He was like, "I just wanted her to shut up."
Did he shoot her?
He wanted to.
Hmm.
And she was beautiful. It didn't matter how gorgeous she was. He was like, I don't care. Get her out of here. I was like,
Yeah.
it was funny. And see, me, I got both the northern accent and the southern accent. When I get mad, you can hear my northern accent. When I'm laid back, you can hear my southern accent.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm the same. Yeah, I've got different accents depending on my mood sets.
I agree, Babette.
Re-
Yeah. Better watch out. Fitness coming for you. You gonna fall asleep on me, Steve?
won't be long.
It's dinner time. It's getting close to dinner time for me.
What's for dinner? What are you cooking for dinner?
Um, Probably hamburger surprise.
Mm. Wow.
I'm gonna be lazy tonight. It's the weekend.
But it's Friday. You don't do the fish Friday?
No, I don't like seafood.
No. Well, not even prawns. You don't like prawns?
No, them are
Really?
ocean cockroaches.
Yeah. Grasshoppers. Or maybe low grasshoppers.
No. You eat grasshoppers?
I have done.
I know it's protein, but don't they spit brown shit? No pun
Mm,
intended.
not really.
Hey, I played with bugs and I've held grasshoppers. I caught many a grasshopper.
Mm.
I know they spit. Grasshoppers have spit on me before.
Mm. Really?
Yeah, brown. Pissed me off. Ever eat a lizard? Well, I think I'm gonna let you go to sleep, Mr. Steve.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of like getting stoned listening to this rain and that falling asleep. Yeah, falling
Getting
asleep.
all snug as a bug in a rug over there.
No,
Yeah. All right. Well, you sleep tight. Have a good night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and I'll catch you another time.
and you enjoy your burgers, my dear.
Thank you so much. Good night to everybody in
Thank,
the
thank you,
chat. Was that
thank you for joining the panel.
absolutely? Thank you for having me. I'll catch you next time.
It's been nice chatting, my dear.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.